but I would say it's the second one. No, he would never tweet something like that. I think Keaton is the guy who uses an emoji, no? And a hashtag.
Ooh, okay. Getting into the, I like it.
I mean, this is a legendary tweet. I'm
Steve.
certain it's first one. I know this.
Go first.
I know the legendary tweet.
You sure?
I don't know.
Yes, I'm
remember the picture, but I don't remember
100%
what he
sure
said.
it's 100% right.
I was just trying to cause some doubt. You guys are right. It is
All
the
right,
first
nice.
tweet.
Why you don't believe me?
I did. Wait, I went with
He
you.
faltered. He
Okay,
faltered.
okay.
I got
I went with
his
you
head.
there.
You were like when Landers asked, are you sure? You were like, I don't know. It's like,
It's like code names.
yeah.
Yeah.
Chris, let's go with the third one.
I trust you.
Yeah. I picked the third one.
You're wrong. You were right, actually. It was the first one. Your thinking was spot on. You changed your mind 3 times.
Yeah.
All right. So, again, only one of these 3 tweets are real. All from Automatic here.
I feel like the second one's fake.
Yeah, but it's actually a great story.
Second one.
Second
I
one?
remember
Yes.
it, yeah.
Yeah.
You remember?
I think so, yeah.
I haven't seen this tweet. I mean, if Chris saw it, I trust him.
Okay.
Oh wait, Tim is not like that. That he's like reminds me of all the teams who will be crying after losing to AG. He would never say
That'd
he
be
would
a
never
hex.
say that.
Plus, Automatic's not a person to go bragging about, oh, this is class or freaking we're going to win. So, the second one.
Okay. You're right. That was spot on, your analysis.
I would want the second tweet to be real, but it's probably not. I want to go first.
All right.
First?
Yeah.
Oh wait,
We're here to make some dreams real. It's the second tweet that was actually the real one. The next one. This should be hard if the AI is good because Poppy, man.
It's the third one.
Third one.
Yeah. I remember this tweet, I think.
You're right. It is the third one.
That's a good one.
Probably third one.
I think it's the third one. I feel like that's something
You
to
think
say.
the IE would generate? Didn't think Valve could make ancient worse. Holy fuck! I don't believe in
I'm gonna
that.
go with
Yeah,
C.
it's
My
pretty
gut's
busy.
telling me to see.
That sounds like floppy, honestly.
Okay, we're going with the third tweet. Lock it in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
lock it in.
You're right. It is the third
Bro,
tweet.
yeah, you got
that one.
Yeah, imagine that.
Maybe it's real.
Yeah. Okay. Well
Yeah,
done.
AI is taking over.
2 out of 3. Maybe like 2.5 because you kind of had it, but then you changed your minds. Nah.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah.
But
2 out of 3.
yeah.
Pretty good
Yeah,
job.
that is good.
Okay, that was AI tweets and Yakinder Nitro joining us to decipher who was real and who was fake. AI is getting pretty good, but they also did very well. Seem to know their peers. So thanks for watching.
Katowice! We are back! 3 years since we were here in this, what I think is the beating heart of all esports, and man, what name is going to be scratched on this by the time we get to Sunday? Well, that journey, my friends, starts now.
And James just looks the lock in the quick scope into Hunter. A frag onto the feet of Nico. Modesty close proximity, but it's ended. 2v5 between Alexi and Modesty. Alexi alleviates a little bit of pressure from G2. A 2 versus 5 turned into the 2v2. Oh, no way! It's only Flint left over. Oh, what? That is ridiculous! It's G2 just going to the fight. They're going to end it here and now. And G2 in Katowice defeat VP.
Everyone has been waiting for today, from quarantine to quarterfinals. It's FaZe Clan taking on Gambit. There's the shot. Robs has found 2. This is a 1-on-4. Oh no! And Robs might just knock them all down. 1v4 that Rops is looking to get over the line to take this map away from Gambit. Axel up through the window. Rops has heard something. Rops knows. Oh, there's the closer. Rops, what a way to lock in Dust 2. Rops ain't playing around. Gambit, this is very slow. This is very labored. This is wasting a lot of time. And Brokey's on for the ace. 4 out of 5 ain't bad. But there's the fifth. And they go hunting. They look to send a message. Everybody falls. Gambit, their journey ends here. But this FaZe squad, oh, it's just beginning. It's been 3 years and we are back. Simple is synonymous with Spodek, but today he goes against a young talent that could shut him down.
Here we go, Simple. Run boost. Oh, baby, he wants to get aggressive. He's got it.
Absolutely what you'd expect to see from Simple on this stage. This is still dangerous. This is Navi again going toward a stack, and it's been completely removed. Absolutely obliterated.
How much does Modesty want to dedicate his life to this bomb site? On Catwalk, finds the timing. 8 seconds. If he can drop the bomb, it'd be everything. But it travels into the site. 1-on-2 for Modesty now.
It's sacrificial. Gives his position away. He wants Modesty's aim gone. But this man, oh, the shepherd step takes down the ghost. It's all on to Boomage. 1 versus 2. Big man's got moves. Boomage has clutched one back already in this game. Starts it off well. Nico's the one that killed Simple. Surely he has to be aware that he was up toward the position, and he certainly is. Calm, composed, and Boomage will make it 12-12. Nico has to reload. Simple's got an AK pick. No! It's the headshot instead! And Navi removed, erased, and it's G2O has now find their way toward the final. By the end of today, we'll be sending one of these teams to the grand finals. Whether you're a FaZe fan, a Heroic fan, we're all fans of the beautiful game that is Counter-Strike. He's already on the scene. This guy doesn't like to hang around. He wants to play into it here and now. And there's the first. Oh, swinging out. He's seen another. Brokey. This isn't even a clutch, but he's doing it all alone. Incredible.
Brokey needs to capitalize. He needs them all, and they're collapsing upon him. They don't clear the corner. Oh, Brokey lines up a double. And 5. This might be the end of the Danes on the big stage.
Another clutch to close it, and this time it sends them to the grand finals. We bring out 2 teams. 2 teams that have never won here. 2 players leading them who have never won here. They've tasted disappointment on this stage. Today, that changes.
FaZe does just enough to stay alive. 7 more in a row for FaZe to force overtime. Fast pace towards Banana. The play has been called. Hunter's going to turn that corner. JKS has got him. Huddled behind. Another flashbang from Kerrigan. Utility starting to be impactful. JKS starting to be impactful. 1 round left.
Is in a huge amount of trouble. He's going to try and take matters into his own hands. But Jax, he drops in. Oh, talk about a custodian. Talk about a superstar. Talk about the elite. Rops is on a rope. It's over. As FaZe somehow turn this back.
G2, they're going to find a way to reset, and it's going to be the hardest reset of their careers.
Twist trying to use the gap to see through spots. Sees him. Easy find of the kill. Looks down. Hunter not looking the right way. Twist has both. Modesty comes straight back into the picture. And it's Kerrigan that has to hold it. He can't. Modesty's got overtime. How are we doing this again? How are we going the distance once more?
Hunter and Modesty. It's them against the world. Hunter flashes in his favor. He's got 3. Oh my, he's absolutely hunting all the prey today. And it rocks. Gets shut out by Modesty in the end. JKS. Could the stand-in win map 2 for them? Modesty back in the corner. And this is absolutely doable now. Quick tap, falls off, and he falls the wrong way, so as not to be spotted. Alexi B just waits it out, but JKS has it. Does he have the time, though? It's going to be so close. FaZe have won map 2, and they'll go up 2-0 in this series. That is unbelievable. The standard. What can this man not do for FaZe? For G2. Oh, they lined up. That's going to drop them down. It's all on Hunter. FaZe, finally. Kerrigan gets redemption. They've lost twice on this stage, 2017, 2018. The king of Counter-Strike, the man who led FaZe. Chances taken by so many players, so many gambles on this team, but it's finally paid off. The Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice the champions, FaZe Clan in 2022.
As they have to figure out a solution quickly. Fasha and Roy have 1 kill apiece. Nikados not much better with 2. Mezzi and Crims both with 5, having a slightly better time of things. Let's not forget, 40% of those frags from Crims opened up the B bomb site to allow them to get that 1 round that they've got. So really nothing's going wrong. Now, Complexity have to think about the timeouts from Fnatic as well. Do they take this opportunity to start going super aggressive? Do Fnatic expect that? A change of pace with this pause? Many questions to be answered shortly. 8 seconds away now.
Back into the action immediately. AWP out for both sides. And for Fnatic, it does just look like their standard default. Crims always towards B, and many more players towards A. And you can see Fang just sitting behind this smoke. Will eventually back up. You've also got the AWP of Hulzuk here alongside him. And again, Fnatic just playing this default. Fasha is slowly working up Connector. In fact, Fasha's happy to take Connector alone, so that's some nice positioning gained. Now it's a little easier for them to play between the bomb sites, which is normally the playstyle that Fnatic like to go for. They like these drawn-out rounds, and Roy, flashed in by Mezzi, picks up the opener, and Hulzuk has to be a little careful here.
Beautiful util from Fnatic. They're playing anti-AWP strats, but Hulzuk is still here. He's still ready. Rifle support or not, he's going to go for it. Fasha flashed in. Hulzuk to collect another one. He's got Grim by the truck as well. That smoke is quite strong. Gives you a lot more space when you're defending the A bomb site. Really hard to push through that as a T side. Hulzuk can focus on long with better angles. Now delay a response on B as well. Hulzuk over the boxes, spots Nikados. Going fishing now. Needs to get his reload on. And again, Grim's not even started yet on this A bomb site. Floppy disrespecting again. Starting to flank now. Wow. Grim has to deliver. The grenades will start to stream through. Grim's holding the angle, dinks, but still alive. 10 seconds to plant this bomb, both in the red now. Nikados with 24 HP does run out of time and is running towards a position where he's going to lose his AWP as well. Floppy trying to find an angle. Complexity again shut things down. So let's not forget, it's a vintage setup we saw with the AWP and the rifle holding divider as the AWP looks further. The same setup again for Hulzuk, starts to move away because they don't have anybody on long. You see those anti-AWP grenades, the smoke at the front, the molly towards divider, then that smoke to the sides to just take all your angles away, but it still can't stop Hulzuk. Their whole round was anti-Hulzuk and he still fragged half of them.
Yeah, he did so well there. Getting forward, I didn't think it was possible for him to play forward. And this is the final timeout taken by Fnatic. We've played 9 rounds. They've had to take 4 timeouts. It's been that bad for them.
Hard counter strat from Fnatic. The pop flash through the smoke took off the rifle support, but Hulzuk doesn't care. He does not care.
Yeah. And Floppy made an info play on B short at an incredible time. Oh, hello. Boost early. Just to counter the potential boost on the other side. Won't be seen though. So I think Complexity realized Nico does save the AWP in this round. And maybe they're not fully aware what else Fnatic have. So, you know, if it was just a hero AWP in this round, that could be a way that they try and open things up. Not meant to be though. Fnatic will start to take map control elsewhere. Couple of players up A long. JT this time playing in Connector. Top fragging right now. 10 kills to his name. But Fnatic have realized there's some weaknesses at A right now. They're starting to clear out these bathrooms. JT's still in Connector, remember, so that could be awkward, but Nikodos watching for it. Entries all over the map for Fnatic, finally finding some success.
And not too late either. They'll break the money if they succeed here. Mezzi has to deliver this kill. Down he goes as well. Grim onto the USP now. Fasha to trade. Floppy last seen on B. 1v2 before the bomb is planted. Where is he headed? He's got the AWP.
Money's bad here for Cole. He actually has to save, and even that might not be great.
Yeah, not fancying the 1v2 then, once they know where his position is. I mean, the T's can take super aggressive angles, so he'll be on the opposite side of the sight of the map, rather, to Fnatic. And indeed, Fnatic could end with 7. As rough as it has looked, it can still finish pretty good, all things considered. But people need to start turning up. Fasha just with 2 kills at the moment. AWP has been a problem towards A. Headed towards B this time. That turned out to not be the right play for Complexity.
Terrorists win.
Orb saved, but Complexity broken. Despite such a strong start, they'll buy what they can in this round, but they should have a lot of limiting factors into this one. And that means there might be eyes on Hulzerk in this round, considering it was that AWP saved by Floppy. I don't think Hulzerk has had to do too much so far. He's had a pretty decent showing, 7 for 3. But it's been a lot of aggressive rifle plays for Complexity that have been effective. In this round, that AWP is positioned over towards B early. Fnatic putting a couple of players into connector. Should be able to get that standard map control they're looking for early. So Complexity have the AWP of Hulzerk posted up on Monster. Instead of just constantly re-smoking it in this round, they're letting him play here. That's allowing them to take some liberties on this B site and play a few more players towards A instead.
That boost is always good for one frag, isn't it? You have to discover it the hard way. Fnatic continuing with their own pace. Despite the situation, refusing to be conditioned by the likes of Complexity. They are heading into this AWP, which is probably still looking towards those stairs. Slightly different angle now. Oh, that timing is very, very curious indeed, but perhaps there's more concern towards short. With this time on the clock, you've got to use your utility, try and make things hard for the opponent. Down he goes. Hulzerk's here with the AWP. Battle sniper mode. Bomb on the floor. 17 seconds. Great angle for him. Running to their doom, Fnatic. As far as the clock is concerned, they've outplayed themselves. There's no time for error correction when things start to go wrong. 6 seconds. They've got to find all the frags. If they don't show, they win the round. Complexity. As long as one survives. Fnatic in the bin once again.
That's why you give him them AWPs. Hulzerk making it work with the AWP on the B bomb site. Oh, the smoke timing was so good. It means Hulzerk can focus on short. And even though JT goes down on Monster, it's enough info for Hulzerk to play around the pillar perfectly. Not enough utility for Fnatic to get him off that angle. And now it's Fnatic down to a half buy. And maybe something faster for Fnatic. We haven't seen this pace from them yet.
Got smokes towards the balcony, charging in. Roy will start things off in the right way. Floppy's in the red. Grim trying to help out as best he can. Floppy somehow still alive. The communication came in there. You can see Grim's hesitating. Floppy, what is he up to here? He should be a goner. He's still standing as Fang gets that last kill.
There's no way Floppy survives. There's no way.
You can see from Crims on the site, about to go for a plant. I think the call was there. Floppy still alive by the barrels. Pulls out the MAC-10. Just in no man's land after that one. Going for the molly as well. Floppy with 2 HP. Just slowing them down and delivering the kills. Fang to sweep up the crumbs. Leave no trace on that bomb site. This is a disaster for Fnatic. 2 rounds to the 12 of Complexity, who are storming towards the next match.
Oh, Fang with the aggro spray, not successful. Probably should have got that opener onto Roy, but the spray went wide. Now Grim in connector. Needs to win this fight, and he will. Can get back to safety because Hulzerk has him covered with the AWP. Oh god, get away from that molly. Grim's already low. He is going to be able to get out alive, bringing it back to the 4-on-4. And again, they've got info on B short, but it's JT with an SMG, with the MP9, so he can't peek towards Monster. He can't really see if they cross towards that B site. It's a risky setup right now for Complexity.
Still playing their clock game, but look at Complexity. They've got 4 smokes on the map at the moment.
Damn.
Fnatic have not given them a reason to use them. So as that clock continues to tick, they're going to end up in a similar situation where they're facing smokes they're going to have to run through, and they're probably going to get MOUZ.
That's nice. That's the way to use the smoke from JT. Just slows them from getting towards the site, allows the rotation. Oh, and Grim gets active on the other side of the map. He's going to see A is pretty clear. They should be ready towards this B site now.
Ulzerk has a smoke as well if he's in position to use it. And now the push comes through. The flashbangs are here, but not in time. Floppy being a nuisance again from up top. They've lost position Complexity. There might be a chance to plant this bomb. Grim has a HE, but he doesn't have an angle. 10 seconds to plant. They've got to focus on that. Here comes the HE grenade. Will it do the job? 32 HP for Mezzy. And Floppy gets another one. 3K for him. Again, awkward at the end of the round for Fnatic. Complexity just keep on winning, and it doesn't look that close.
Floppy's showing up now. And again, Floppy's so good in those tough positions. He almost seems better sometimes when he's put with his back against the wall. It was a nice try with the flash, but Floppy just emerges from the heavens. Mezzy has no opportunity on the bomb site. He was run down. What a showing from Complexity. What a tournament this has been for them. Still more work to do. But if they were to win this series, they would be 1v03 away from playoffs. Fnatic still want to put up a fight, though. Crims playing around this smoke that you'll see every round from the T's. JT is aware of the angles. They've got connector control, so he can fully focus this fight, but Crims wins the duel on the other side. He's been the main man for Fnatic here on this map. And they're ready for this connector angle. Oh, but Grim still wins the duel against Nico does.
Yeah, funky one-way. It's not the first time he's been abusing that. Still chances for Fnatic, though. Grim giving a sound cue in that connector area. Not shy to take the duel, though. Hungry for revenge after the previous map. Oh, Hulzerk just catches Grim's jumping. Merciless headshot from Hulzerk. Now Mezzy wonders how surrounded he is. Again, that clock continuing to tick. Grim emerging now, looking for that transfer, but Floppy's here for the trade. You can see him wondering about Monster. The bomb's stuck at the moment. Fasher needs Roy to make a play here. Down goes Hulzerk. Floppy heading towards A, bomb waiting outside B. Everything quiet as well. Roy's got a very strong angle indeed, and surely, oh, Floppy's just creeping, but the headshot will be delivered for a much-needed third round for Fnatic.
Getting a little wild in this one. I don't think that comes down to strategy. That just comes down to fights all across the map, and maybe that's what Fnatic needed to do in one of these rounds. Crim's doing a good job at getting that opening, and then Complexity were just a little precarious after that. As soon as you lose that B short player, those connector players feel like they're in much more trouble. And even though Complexity have 11 rounds into the last round of the half, they're still happy to take the time out.
Fasher's still on 2 kills. Life has been difficult in this game, but again, so many of these rounds have been a mad rush in difficult situations onto bomb sites. Be difficult for Complexity in this last round. Despite their momentum, they are simply ill-equipped.
But we could still have another Hulzerk special. Focusing on getting the AWP in his hands. Ooh, nade stack. Not quite timed right.
Well, they know there are 3 outside B, but again, with a minute 30, doesn't mean much when it's Fnatic. Not much presence towards A at present for Fnatic. They'll be looking to establish that now, as we can see the rotation on the radar. All those potential targets make for a hungry Hulzerk, who makes his way towards B. As we can see, the bomb is still here as well.
And this time, unfortunately for Complexity, They don't have that much utility. They don't have those same smokes that could have been effective in the late round. That monster smoke's about to fade, and then they only have one left in the hands of JT. But it means the same setup where Hulzerk tries to take Monster. The issue is they're already crossed to the side, but Grim's going to go aggressive into them.
Well, that's one.
Gives
He only
Hulzerk
sees
some
one.
info.
Yeah, and maybe they could pull rotation. Oh, the team kill. Is this the start of something real bad? They've got 2 frags there. That's the bomb spotted by Hulzerk in no man's land. Fasher now in the corner. They know Fasher fragged a teammate, so they know that there's one more person there. But can they cover his back? Because a flank is coming in from the A-bomb site. It's coming quickly, though. Mezzi's making noise. Fasher lost in the meantime. Not really waiting for that rotation. Out of sync. 10 seconds to go and rescue that bomb. That might be why things are really urgent. They can't rescue it and go back. Fang just needs to hide somewhere. They have no idea where to look. 12th round on the boards. Another disaster for Fnatic when they had all the advantages. come through. They're walking into a crossfire. This is so awkward. Fasher needs to deliver a headshot. Someone does. Fang trying to trade for his teammates here. Advantage Fnatic. That bomb is ticking though. Just the simple engagements may slow them down enough, but it's only Hulzerk and Fang now. Someone's on the bomb. Swinging Hulzerk, trying to do what he can. And there's no time to defuse the bomb. They've done the job again.
Holy fuck, dude. No kit, no time. And so Complexity are so close to making it through to that lower bracket final where outsiders await. The shots were good from Fnatic, but it's just that setup. They took a big risk. Messi landing some great shots at the end, but who the hell cares? It's Complexity who are making noise right now on the server. 13-3 up. Fnatic do decide to force. They're so far down, they figure they've got to find some way in. That's a start. Oh, it's a scout on long from Crims. Tag lands. He's happy to fall back because they've already got the man advantage.
This is a really good start.
Yeah.
This is a really good start for Fnatic. We haven't said that very often in this game of Overpass. But it is certainly something. Messi knows that more needs to be done. Complexity bunched together now. They can't tank the damage from these scouts. That always ends in catastrophe, and that's just one of two. Messi will continue, but Grim is starting to wonder. A man who really needs to come to life in this half. Definitely wants to. Big headshot from him. Messi will be denied further information. A minute on the clock. See Crims jump peeking for info. There are flashes, there are Molotovs for Complexity. They have the tools for the job. That doesn't mean they'll work though. Smoke grenades will start to stream in, but they've got to take these angles away from Crims. Crims has to deliver. He'll deliver another tag at least. And when these pistols and his FAMAS starts rotating, then this proves more and more problematic. The flashes will continue though. They get closer now. Crims still alive. They're running distraction. Nikodos unable to land a shot. Floppy holding the angles. Looking to swing the double swing. They're turning things around, Complexity. Fasher and Roy remain 20 seconds to plant that bomb. One stuck on long behind the smoke. Fasher with the deagle. Hulzerk is the vulnerable one now. Oh, things are getting so awkward for Complexity. A little less now. They know where Roy is. Trying to get into position. That's Grim hiding behind the truck. 1v1 now for Roy. He doesn't have a kit. He needs the ace to keep Fnatic alive here. Grim just jiggling, just showing the sound cues now. Delivering the headshot. That's the kind of round that Grim wants, but not what Fnatic needed.
Some key kills from Grim. I thought they might have messed it up there in the 2v1 when they didn't play together. They couldn't peak as a unit, but Grim holds his nerve. And Fnatic are in such desperate territory. I think they might just force again. They're so far down, they can't imagine winning with a save at this point. It's 14-3 for Christ's sake. So that's what they'll be going for. Another desperate force buy. See the reaction on both sides. Stark contrast right now. Nice attempt on the boost, but no clean opener for Fnatic. Big damage both ways.
The year of ZywOo's first ever Spodek, and now a chance to run this one even deeper. The Danish heroes on the horizon, who alongside Vitality have already netted themselves a spot in the playoffs, but now already an opportunity to make it all the way to the semi-finals. My name is Ferris Spears. Joining me down here on the desk, we've got Peacemaker and Blair joining us, because man, this is going to be a banger of a game. We already know the rivalry is running deep between these two squads.
Oh yeah, absolutely. For me, the fact that, again, for Vitality, first time for ZywOo at the Spodek, and obviously want to have an easier path all the way to the finals, right? Getting this win, they're going to be in the semi-finals straight. Heroic coming in, looking a little human, looking a little shaken, looking a little like they're limping along. Caden's not feeling great, but still here they are.
Yeah, it's been spectacular to witness, and witnessing indeed, of course, the matchups have been going down for the past 12 months between Heroic and Vitality, because up until just a few weeks ago, Heroic taking the W's every single damn time, but Vitality, they came back swinging in Copenhagen, managed to take their first ever victory versus the Danes.
Yeah, I think it's great for Heroic that they managed to finally get a victory. But in general, for Vitality, I mean, right?
Yeah.
But in general, like I think Heroic has been playing really well. I mean, major finalists. Well, what else can you say? Just in general, I think this is. I'm very excited for this one. My first match doing with a Danish team in this event.
Oh.
No, being an ex-coach from Heroic. There's a little bit of a
bit of history going
special
on
feeling,
there.
yes.
I think the game in Copenhagen, what was so special for me to be able to witness from Vitality is the answering back. I think we'll all remember that clutch from Cadian on Nuke, the second map, which just spelt an end to anything Vitality were going to offer. But the fact that they were able to answer back to that was impressive. They didn't let the emotions get the better of them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Just the fact that they seem to finally... I mean, we've been waiting for so long for them to kind of coalesce together right there. And for me, more importantly, is the fact that Spinks got activated. Spinks finally, playing like the star he was supposed to... The second star in the team like he's supposed to be with ZywOo. So Vitality looking really good. But I want to touch upon what Tessa said yesterday in the post-game interview against OG, where it's like, who do you want to play against? Do you want to play against Vitality or I think it was Liquid who they played against yesterday, right? He's like, I want to play Vitality because they finally beat us, and now we have their name on our death note, and we're going to take them down.
Well, before we do dive into any more analysis, let's check in with our two superstars and our Colex players to watch.
Of all the retake servers in all the towns in all the world, they join into mine. Our Colex players to watch are two familiar faces who we've met before. Protégé to Captain Cadian, Stown is a star of a synchronized Danish roster that came so close to glory in Rio. The world's ranked number 10 is expected to do great things, and while Heroic have had a shaky start to the year, they know that Katowice is the starting pistol of a long season. An early semi-final spot would be the dream scenario for Stown. The French are renowned for producing some of the world's finest goods. Here's looking at you, ZywOo. It doesn't get any better than Counter-Strike's immaculate son, a boy born for this game. ZywOo is the key reason Vitality made it over the line against Fnatic. These two faced off in Copenhagen where Vitality had the edge. Consider this the ultimate test for Vitality's viability once in Spodek. I think this is the beginning of a beautiful game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, certainly a beautiful battle ready to ensue here in the Hall of Heroes. And speaking of ZywOo, man, he has had an absolutely incredible tournament. Starting off 2023, looking hot to trot back in Copenhagen, absolutely continued it here, and a well-deserved first spot in the Spodek.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the second best player of the year last year, and right now he's in pristine form. That 1v3 he pulled off yesterday, I believe it was yesterday on Nuke, was just ridiculous. And that's, I think, maybe 3 or 4 people on the planet could pull it off in that fashion. So him coming in, again, with a 1.44 rating, the highest rated player thus far in the group stage, that is a great thing if you're a Vitality fan.
Yes, I mean, there's not much to talk about ZywOo, right? He's just out of this planet. And the thing that impresses everyone the most is just his consistency, right? I mean, he's great with the AWP, he's great supporting, he's great with the rifles as well. Great pistol flavor, what else can you say? Like, guy is just out of this planet, and I mean, he was playing really well against Fnatic. I think he also played really well against Heroic in the previous series, so feels comfortable for him.
I mean, from the top-rated player in the tournament to the second best-rated player. Let's talk about Yabi for a little bit, because, man, what a breakthrough individual form we've seen from him. I know there was a couple of questions initially when Heroic were making this roster change. We didn't get to see that honeymoon period, but, man, the later stages of 2022 and this tournament in particular for the young star, what a performance.
Yeah, like, the fact that he's the second-rated, highest-rated player for a team, like in a team like Heroic, where you have the likes of Cadian. Sure, he might be feeling a little ill right now, but then you have Ston, the so-called star of that team. But I feel like almost anyone can be a star. And for me, how Yabi has been so crazily impactful is the fact that, sure, he's not just the highest-rated player in his team, second highest in the tournament, but his T-side impact he's been finding. I just looked at some of the numbers. 28% attempts on T-side entries with 70% success is truly, and I mean truly, ridiculous. He's finding all that impact on the T-side. And head over to CT side, guess who's really stepping up? Shush is the best rated CT side player in the group stage as well. So Heroic, despite the fact that Caden's struggling a little bit, is feeling ill, everyone else is stepping up to the plate.
Right, so if you see Yabi, you're basically dead, is what Blair is saying in these duels.
70% of the time.
Yeah, 70%. 7 out of 10 times. That's basically most of the time. But yeah, the fact that we talk about Heroic being, you know, such a well-rounded roster, and as you aptly bring up, Blair, Cadian feeling a little bit under the weather, the fact that you can rely on Peacemaker, the other players, to be stepping up to fulfill maybe what is missing for Heroic, that's scary.
Yes, that's scary, and I think that Heroic is a very good example for everyone's out there, like about a team that actually makes a lot of sense role-wise. They have a great in-game leader who is not only great in the tactical aspect, but also like in terms of like building an atmosphere. You can just tell that everyone looks up to Cadian as a leader, and that's very important for an IGL. We have the same with Apex as well. I think Apex is a good example also as an IGL that is very energetic, a guy that everyone looks up to, like he's a legend. But for Heroic, it's even more crazy that you bring these numbers because like it's not like Yabi is always in the perfect roles and the perfect spots to be able to find those entry frags and that impact. Like you see Tezes sometimes with a lot more freedom to get those impact kills. So the fact that we have... Wow, someone is very noisy here.
I mean, they're ready to get going, but you got a couple more minutes.
Yeah.
I want to bounce off your point about Apex, though, because obviously we're saying this is a historic moment for ZywOo coming into things, his first ever Spodek. Apex gets to return after 9 years of being away from this arena. That's incredible.
I was young back then, Freya.
I mean, look
So
at
was ZywOo.
these. This is a do you feel old yet moment. The iPhone 5 was just released the last time Apex entered the Spodek. That's nuts.
And the fact that the song Farrell song came out of that year is ridiculous. Fnatic was good at League of Legends. That is a nice. That's a nice thing. I love this tweet. This is fantastic. Shout out to the social media guy from Vitality.
Yeah, great stuff there. But I mean, yeah, for Apex, we saw the emotions of him, you know, actually getting to return to the Spodek for the first time, now leading the charge as well. We think about the differences in roles that Apex was actually playing back at that period of time. It's amazing to see him now as a talisman of the team.
Yes, for sure. I think that Apex has done it all as a leader in the game. I think that it is great to see that he's finally got a very good roster to lead, and also like that people actually respect him in the roster, the role that he has. Yes, he doesn't have the amount of kills that ZywOo has and that the Spinks should have, but I mean...
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't really matter, does it?
Well, let's check in with the in-game leader of the squad as Apex had a chance to catch up with Heku before this series.
Just in a few moments, we're going to start the second series of the Stream B, but I have already Apex here by my side. Apex, first of all, congratulations! You're going to play in Spodek, and we'll finally see BB ZywOo on the big stage of Spodek. But, you know, like, this is going to be a series not for the playoffs. It's going to be for the semifinals. So does it mean that maybe you'll be a little bit more relaxed because now it's not elimination, so you know, like, you can afford some mistakes?
Yes, but we don't really care about it's really important game for us, so obviously we don't really care that we're already in playoff. Every game are important for us, so we really want to win this one. So of course we're happy to be to playoff, but that was yesterday. Today is another day, so we focus on beating Eric today.
Today you're going to play against Heroic, as you mentioned. Last time you played against them, it was a 2-1 series. It was pretty close. Pretty close? Well, pretty close. I mean, it's a 2-1. Let's be respectful in the end of the day. But did you...
It doesn't mean it's not respectful. I think the other time they beat us easily, and this time I think it was quite convincing from us. So I just to say the truth.
You're gonna say the truth. Okay, I do want to know then the truth about, like, because you know, like, you're pretty loud and emotional. The same goes for Cadian. Does it mean that kind of like, even though there's a glass between you, you'll try to like maybe compete against each other, try to win, like, who's better at taunting each other?
Not really. I'm not thinking that way. I adjust myself. Okay, of course, Cadian is like that as well, and that will be fun. But I don't really think that way. For me, it's really important that I'm myself, and I think he is the same as well. So 1v1 in that sense, but it's fun, and I don't think we don't think about each other. We're just doing our own stuff.
All right, then. Looking forward to see that, your own stuff. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Man, Apex bringing some sass and I'm sure some screams to the Hall of Heroes today. Just to remind ourselves of the veto last time around, it was Mirage, Nuke, and then Vertigo to round things out. Are you expecting it to be the same today?
No, the reason I'm expecting it the same today is because of the fact that both these two teams can really try and flex their map pool. The Inferno for Vitality, I like this. I love this, you know, because one thing we heard from Heroic yesterday was like, we want to surprise people. People are picking Inferno to just punish us because we have kind of old bad stats, but they've been winning convincingly. Yesterday, they destroyed their opposition on that map. So the Inferno pick for Vitality, it's going to be a real test for both the sides, if you ask me. Overpass from Heroic, it's one of their best maps.
Yeah, one of their best maps. Comfortable pick for them. I think that coming into this one, they want revenge, right? So why not just go for our comfortable zone? Let's go with Overpass. And then we have Nuke third.
Decider. Okay, you know, no bias here, but as a Vitality, you know, maybe sympathizer, that makes me a little bit scared for the third map.
Yeah. It can. Look, listen, looking at that map pool right now, looking at the form of both these two teams, this is going to be one of the hardest maps, one of the hardest series to call. But that being said, what I saw from Heroic yesterday impressed me so much. It's not just about the individuals. They have some of the they have the highest utility damage, the highest flash assists, the highest trading in the group stage right now, and they played that proper team-based Counter-Strike. So I'm going to give the slight edge to the Danes.
Are you echoing the same sentiment?
Yes, I feel the same. And let's not forget that we're talking about a Danish team here, and they're playing Nuke as a decider. We know Danish teams are very, very good on Nuke. We saw Astralis throughout the years. We saw Heroic as well. Yes, the results from Heroic might not look that good on Nuke. Lately, a little bit shaky, but the last time these two met, it was a very close game, and I believe Heroic even lost both pieces or something like that. So I'm going to give this one to Heroic. I think Heroic has the motivation, the energy needed to be able to get revenge after what happened in Blast. So I'm going to be bold here. I'm going Heroic 2-0.
Ooh, 2-0 indeed. That's a prediction up here on the desk. And Nuke will be that third and final decider map if we do so need it. But Inferno, the grounds of vitality coming into this one. The Danes want to be getting revenge for last time around. So let's see if they can pull it off with Connor and Mo.
Thank you so much, Freya. Thank you so very, very much. It's time to get into Heroic and Team Vitality. Inferno, Vitality taking it here, bit of a challenge. But at the same time, Heroic, there's been this uptick in success on this map as of late. So I don't think this is an easy accomplishment for Vitality to be coming at. Heroic, the ever so slight betting favors. And I think we're just going to have an awesome series on our hand. I hope that Lewis is wrong. I don't want a 2-0 blowout. I want something straight down the middle, brother.
I'm thinking 2-1. I think he called it a bold prediction for a reason.
That's fair.
This result could go every single way. It could be 2-1 for either team. It could be 2-0 for sure. Inferno is a great map for the reason that Heroic have clearly made tons of improvements on. I'd like to see Vitality get tested on the utility front because I think that's where Heroic have improved the most, actually. Put in a lot of work recently on Inferno. And we know about the normal Heroic CT side setup retaking B. They've actually quietly stacked 3 and not been tested from Vitality. Well, now Vitality hitting the A site fast.
Shush going to keep things locked in Graveyard. Sees 2 and 3. Insta-pops Magisk, catches Spink's head. Shush, very clean with the pistols. Apex has a bunch of bodies jumping out of mid. TessS's signature move is of late. Look the other way, jump up and down, and hope you just don't die. Sure enough, we'll get traded out. So Heroic pick up pistol.
Shush has been a shining star for this team, I swear. But, gets a lot of, doesn't get too many conversations around him on this roster. Lately, he has been stealing the show, I think, and anchoring when it comes to Vertigo. His individual level has been really coming up. Great to see the shots connecting for Shush. And Vitality don't win here. So, okay, it looks a little bit messy, but it was also a great round, great shots out of Heroic.
G9 picks up a couple.
Oh, what?
Remember who's in the server, though. At a moment's notice, you will be reminded bluntly. ZywOo not going to be able to pick up that third Deagle kill, but he does set up Spinks, who has had a resurgence in impact as of late.
Much better this year in this short time span, for sure.
Apex giving us an interview lately saying, Spinks has come to the realization that he needs to be a star player in order for this Vitality formula to work. Well, a star player is what he aspires to be. And it's what he's shown us glimpses of as of late. Quieter series versus Fnatic, however, to what we were starting to get expected. And we'll see if today changes that tale.
Oh, it's his patience that defines him, doesn't it? It's also Shush's, and it looks like,
wow.
Oh my God.
But Shush does shoot shots.
But hold on. An interesting rotation. Cadian trying to read into this situation. There is a smoke, actually, at the top of Car, if they can find it. So that could be the golden piece of utility. But instead, Vitality will run it back to the other side of the map. Cadian's got the angle cutting through default, but the smoke is coming down Moto. He might have to move into this. We'll see how he responds.
As long as they don't cross before it goes up. Sure enough. Chance timing not taken. Cadian thinking about the press through smoke. It's unchecked. It's unwatched. Spinks comes off plant, catches Cadian. Low HP, so it's an easy pickup here for Shush. Looking for his 5th kill, but denied by the Deagle of Magisk.
With the 1v1 Deagle, he had the MP9. in his left hand, the deagle in his right. Damn, did he trust that thing?
Bro, but talking about trust, man, Spinks nearly betrayed. Nobody holding smoke. Cadian runs through. Magus just wanting to get eyes on brackets instead.
Yeah.
I mean, Shush gets out of that, or excuse me, Spinks with 5 HP.
They didn't know where Cadian was at all, so it could have been Cadian in the halls. It could have been Cadian coming flanking through mid, which is where Magus was going. Yeah, definitely good advice to watch that smoke, but the lurk could have come out from any choke point. Well, 1v1 deagle. Stylish way to end that round.
Off of ZywOo's double banger.
Yeah, what the hell was that?
We didn't even get to see it.
I mean,
it just felt big.
Yeah, it wasn't a collateral. He adjusted for the second kill.
2 bullets, 2 headshots. Shush gonna try to replicate the experience for Vitality. ZywOo locking in the library player, just gets drove by Tesses, and Spinks is there to pick up slack. So all good here for Vitality.
Ooh, Vitality are moving nice right now.
3 players up, and they move that bomb closer towards the B site. Excellent scout shot from Cadian. Gotta give it credit. But it's still the B plant, and more than likely, the second round for Vitality.
Tells them at least where Cadian is, so he can go and get whatever gun he wants, maybe a couple of pieces of utility scattered across the ground. Yeah, he'll go ahead and hoard these guns, in fact, in case they want to come for the AKs. Prudent of Cadian, both the Ts right now only have SMGs, but Vitality will trade the round for those guns every day of the week. I would say 4/5 of Vitality have been impressing me. It's Dupree, unfortunately, I feel like, who had a moment. It was the groups. He actually played very well at the Blast groups to start the year off, but coming into Kato, very, very unimpressive, honestly. And for Vitality, the whole story right now is Paris coming up, Resurgence of 4 between some, we'll say, old dogs. You know what I mean? And Apex also had a good start to the year. And that has to be noticed as well, because you could say that Apex, even though he's the last person you need to step up on a team with so many major champions and upcoming stars, well, still, some of his games, he actually is the reason they lose because of how irresponsible sometimes his gameplay is, and individually he's been taking himself more seriously.
Yeah, I think if you were to just say you were impressed by 4, most people would probably assume that you don't mean Apex included in that. But his ability to stay alive as of late just seems to keep the easier rounds exactly that, easier.
It's a hard line to draw between making space and being too far away to trade. And sometimes I think Apex struggles to find that balance. When we scroll back a few years, Apex, he had something like a 1.18 rating. I think it was like 2018, something like that. I mean, at one point he was individually a guy we looked to, one of the best entry fraggers, period. But, well, time wears us all down, doesn't it?
Luckily, Counter-Strike keeps us young.
Yeah, and having huge goals in mind, I think, will only be a benefit. You know? So, and Heroic, they're not totally out of the clear. They're getting a little bit better, for sure. They've shown some improvements over the break on some maps, but not everybody is firing off.
You know who is, though?
Gabby is firing off.
Yes,
he has been, yeah.
Second highest rated player at Katowice group stage over all these teams, all these stars, and Jabby is number 2. Right now we've got Stown just trying to minimize himself inside of the pit. Very rapid clear from Dupree. All is good, but they let that go unchecked. Stown serves up the distraction that the Moto players try to push through with, doesn't go their way, and so it's the clean conversion to the third one.
For me, the thing that stops Vitality for being a tournament favorite for me is the calling style. I think they play an optimal version of CS, but it's slightly dated, in my opinion. And I think that can win them games because they have good enough players. And when it comes to pressured games, they have an edge over other teams who may be more inexperienced. But when I think about the modern era of CS, I think teams like FaZe with Kerrigan have really stood up and showed that they can keep up with any meta. Heroic are defining that meta currently. G2 are on top of everything when it comes to optimizations and playing modern styles of CS. But some of the older IGLs and teams that have been around a lot longer, you can sort of see where they're actually quite predictable in some of their rounds. And I think that's Vitality's biggest challenge. And it can be hard when you've won so much in different times to redefine yourself and look for the discipline to build new habits.
You think that uptick in their success lately is because they are starting to incorporate changes, or do you think it's more just individuals?
No, I think it's individuals personally. I mean, seeing some stuff like even though the double mini pit drop in that previous round, it's a little bit harder than it looks actually, and they did that with 2 players, but small. It's all about the nuance in 22. You know, if you go back like 2 years, CS doesn't look that different on its face, but there are so many details these days.
Ooh, timing off that flash. Jabby was in the reload, so we get 3 Ts pushing through, and Jabby still stuffs the double. Now, it's not going to stop the bomb from being planted, but that slight gap doesn't get punished.
Oh, a jiggle there.
Not quite the best op in Denmark. Stown giving away a chance here for the 3v5 post plant with the majority of Heroics members already low, but all of them getting into construction thus far.
This late molly.
Look at this pack.
Oh no, ZywOo.
Uncharacteristic, but now he's going to have to thrive on the rifle. ZywOo's got the double. Spinks, he didn't see that boost, and he's waiting for Jabby's peak because the Dupree flank comes in massive. Cadian falls down, catches Spinks off guard, but time decides this one, and Vitality will hang on 3v5.
Ooh, always good to switch up the lurk as well. And of course, Dupree, known Halls player that can lurk on Inferno, but if him and Spinks can split up that responsibility and that duty, then they can be a little bit harder to read. So Heroic not ready for it. Jabby's hold was so good, especially playing retake in a spot like this. Smoke lands late, he gets his peek off, so there's that, but not an easy job. ZywOo only missed that molly so he'd get the kills faster.
He's got to give himself a challenge.
Vitality are amped, and I think the story of this match is the fact that if you win this, you go to semis. Both teams are going to the Spodek, but both teams want to win this tournament, right? They're not dark horses, underdogs. Maybe Vitality slightly there, but you could see them winning events. But if the team that wins this, that goes to semis, avoids FaZe and G2, that entire side of the bracket. So if you lose this match, I mean, there are 2 teams there, the most likely teams to win this entire event, and you could potentially have them cannibalize each other, taking out teams on the other side of the bracket. So a lot could rest on this match, at least for the odds for these 2 guys.
It's a train ticket halfway up this very steep mountain that is the challenge of Katowice. I can see ZywOo on a gondola. Cadian, he'll find Dupree top mid. We've got more players where that comes from, but the 5-7 is still enough. ZywOo jumps out, doesn't want to be the next victim of these close playing CTs, because there's more where that first one came from. Yes, Cadian shaves off the first with the M4, 1 of 2. Spinks awaits his re-peek, catches that one. Don't know.
Yeah,
yes, he did. The glimpse of the CT climbing up into apps. So now you'd think that the bomb carrier in ZywOo is on high alert, but it's Jabby's second M4 that still slices off one, and then he just crouches back, awaiting ZywOo. The jig is up, his position's known, but that's not going to stop Jabby from getting impact. Tech9 gets away from ZywOo, 2 HP. It's not enough to stop the second highest rated player here at Groups.
Yeah, he's been a stonewall, man. Got to give it up to Jabby. We have yet to see how good this kid can get, and he's already done so well. Towards the end of 22, man, a standout player. At Rio, a standout player. Definitely no questions, personally, when it comes to big events. The trades come down pretty well here up until this final moment.
Pressured situation for Jabby, and he thrives in that.
He will not allow a retake to take place. So there's still money here for Vitality.
Pressured situation of the Copenhagen Fall Finals is another place that we saw Jabby go above and beyond.
Oh, man. Unreal.
The reason that they picked up their win, their big event victory in 2022. Like you said, both teams fighting for the victory, but the semifinals first.
It's incredible the kills that ZywOo has been getting here at the group stage. He's sort of someone to me that's between device and Simple in terms of how visible his impact is, right? With
I like that.
With Simple being so flashy and so clearly, like, when he has big rounds, you can count them. Like, they all happen at once. And ZywOo's kind of quietly picking up a kill here and there, and then has a big moment every once in a while.
Yeah, the hybrid of two of the greatest to ever touch the AWP. He's very much the whole package as well. Excellent pistols, rifles, doesn't matter what he's playing with.
Yeah.
Really is just a different game for this beast. Here we go into the exec at the B site.
Good place to go. Cadian on the op, but, well, he has a smoke at least.
But they're already ahead of it, and he misses his chance at clipping the first player off the play. That would have been ZywOo as well, so huge scalp to take. Instead, B site crumbles beneath the pressure. It's a simple exec with one missed op shot that gives Vitality man advantage in a post plant. Nothing can really be stopped at this point, so they're just going to take the evacuation route, but they get caught in the corner, and that almost costs them 1 or 2 deaths. They'll all be able to walk away. Everybody wipes their hands clean, but it's a 5th added to the board for Vitality.
Yeah, so the save will be respected. To go back again to their individual level and stuff, I made a video, calling them frauds for 22 because, well, they've said it recently. I talked to them in doing some pre-tournament content, and they said that they were very disappointed in their 22. Even though they picked up a tournament win or 2 every single year for the past few years, overall, for the stature of this team and the quality of players we see on our screen right now, very disappointing results ultimately. They should be locking for playoffs every single event. They should be winning, 2-3 tournaments, and of course, a very hard time to guarantee them with all of the great teams here. But I think ultimately, the reason they've even stayed relevant through these dark periods is because of ZywOo's consistency overall. I think he still has stuff he's not like carrying lights out at the major and things like that. But no one's buying him time. And when they played their best was when Spinks was there. And of course, that Pro League victory was the moment of the year for them. But as soon as he disappeared again as the new pickup, well, there was a lot lacking around ZywOo, outside of ZywOo. Another guy we have yet to see how good he can be. Still, first 4 years as a Counter-Strike professional player, averaging top 2 on HLTV's top 20.
A genuine phenom in that sense. Never before seen.
Paris Major coming up as well.
Maybe never again seen. We've had great rookie years. m0NESY, obviously the most recent example. And
Bit winning a major in his first year. Yeah.
All incredible feats. But nothing as individually impressive as ZywOo. Right now, he's topping the board for Vitality's 5-2 lead. Dupree pressing into the arch side. Dane on Dane action as Cadian flashes him back. And Cadian's always happy to float around this bomb site, look for those engagements, try to stop balcony. He's not one to shell up inside sight under pressure. But obviously at this point, can't afford to die. We've also got Shush, killer pit player.
So he is actually fantastic at playing off the angles. So Stound comes in as a rotator as Cadian gets cozy inside the site.
And gets smoked off. Timing could play a factor, but he doesn't pull the trigger.
Oh,
is that 3 backs turned? No, they tried to hold it. ZywOo meant to keep them in, but instead he gets popped instantly. Magisk will get the only return frag, and so that pack of Vitality players meant to wrap this A site.
Wow.
Spinks and Magisk are sitting on their entry points, waiting, and then it just all gets swept away. So nicely done from Stound there.
Oh man, not asking for any utility.
Nicely done.
If he asked for a pit flash, for example, they might actually turn towards him. Or if they're playing anti, might alert them. He gives them no clues whatsoever and walks through. And that's the kind of player that Stound is as well in terms of finding gaps. He embodies heroic just like Cadian does. And, well, he knows when to take initiative. That was an insane call out. And that's the kind of, when I say Vitality are incredibly optimized and have that older style of players who don't make mistakes, well, those are moments where they have every right with the 2 smokes down to split arch and wrap as quickly as they did. But then Stound can also feel comfortable knowing they aren't doing anything different, that they're going to be doing this a certain way, and maybe you can get away with a move like that. And I think that's why Heroic have got the edge over Vitality across most of their series. They actually, Vitality never beat them in 22. It's only recently they got a revenge win versus them at the last spring groups, but that was the beginning of the year.
And Heroic will get better now. Now they got a bit of a chip on their shoulder with Vitality, and they have a huge incentive to really own this game. So a new test for Vitality.
Flash finds its target, and TeSS, Dupree waits no time. TeSS regains vision, and Jabby can't get himself a double. Usually good for more than one. Now, luckily for Heroic, we're still talking about the double pit setup, even though Arch has been compromised.
They can wait.
But it could go back.
Yeah, so Shush is so good because he preemptively used utility, but if they can wait this smoke out now...
Just gave up his angle.
They got into the site as well.
Util over the top. Gets the player in the back line. That's the bomb drop. So now the only players left stranded inside sight. Apex, no chance. Not with Shush and Stound locking in pit like that.
Sorry, excuse me. I thought that Shush was going to get countered now that his smoke was coming up. No, he's just fine.
All good for Heroic. All good.
Yeah, what defines good anchors is look at how many flashes they dodge. And look at how many times that they have utility out as the execs are coming in. These are the two, I think, biggest skills that they can have. The aim is something that most of the players can do in their positions, but it's not getting caught off guard by executes that defines a good anchor.
Stuff between the smoke and the flames, and okay, Tess.
That's a fine.
Poor guy. TeSS, an individual for Heroic who's also had an uptick as of late. We've talked about Shush's CT sides, we've talked about Jabby's impact, his rating at the moment. But TeSS was coming into this event as the highest rated Heroic player. Jabby, again, it's a one and done. It's a 4v3 Vitality. It's banana control, unless Cadian really tries to press the issue, and instead, he just sets it ablaze.
This is a good moment to read. Cadian's moving over to A. Shush can be up to bat. He's thin on utility at the moment. Teaser coming his direction.
But a rock-solid defender.
Seen great holds out of Shush. See if he can make magic happen.
He's on a bit of a pedestal here, Dupree.
They're trying to create an interesting timing. Shush knows something to be able to stand here confidently with no smoke in the halls. Will he be correct in the entry out lane first? Will he have no flashes, though?
No, but a trio of smokes and a Molotov, that's it. Shush takes a more passive angle. This one can sometimes catch players so off guard. Sometimes they're already jumping. Does Dupree have the chance to properly clear this with Cadian's op not far away? Jumps over. Nice tracking. And he falls down beneath him. Look at this nuisance that he serves up. Cadian comes through. 2 op shots. Nicely done.
Oh, man.
Fantastic distraction out of Shush, but we will have Spinks in a clutch.
He has a fresh smoke down on Moto. He has a sight to himself. He loves to close.
Cadian on 20 health, Stound by his side, and he's going to try to press this in. Kills Cadian, looks for the next, but Stound already through that smoke, gets the better of him as he finds that minute little bit of timing to get the edge and to take back that lead.
And Spinks actually did check just in case Stound had gotten ahead of it, but Stound locks it up. And we look back on Shush, the hero, up on the halls. If he doesn't kill the guy with his last bullet as he tracked him falling into pit, then he couldn't have fallen into pit right after. Got more damage off and allowed Cadian to kill him, or get the refrag.
Wonderful play here. Look at that. Takes a player down just as quickly as he drops.
Yeah.
And Cadian seizes the opportunity with 2 kills to his name.
It's a beautiful disengage from Shush.
Each time Vitality find themselves attacking that A site. Whoa, multiple kills out of multiple defenders. But this one starts off with a bang.
I think ZywOo dinked. Oh no, he just got the kill. I thought he dinked one more. He's the one who got dinked. Stound's found himself in an interesting spot.
Trying to keep Heroic on their toes. Spinks. Oh, inspired.
That's a whole kit of utility and a good gun down.
By the Woo. He comes through with a dig of his own. Now M4 Spinks, M4 Dupree.
And the odds of the round completely change here.
Holy hell.
4v5, I'd still say Heroic, okay, you're still fine, but... So these are the moments, we take a snapshot here, where I feel like Vitality, they always sit and pause, and they wait and make sure not to make a mistake. And Heroic do a good job of making use of the map that's available to them, knowing that Vitality aren't going to go and seek things out or rush the situation.
And this is the kind of pause that you're talking about when you mention like slightly outdated CS.
Yes, and in the sense that Heroic, in this same situation,
in a 5v3 would still continue searching map control where they think it's empty, but not be worried about losing the advantage, just continuously going through with protocols, basically thinking 100% of the rounds. And that's where I feel like they get the edge versus some of the more veteran teams these days. But it still doesn't change the fact that it's 5v3. Now, Apex is the one with nades as they came in on a half buy. We'll see if he can make use of them. There's actually no flash for him.
Dodged. Ooh, TeSeS. Oh, that last shot. The bullet that curves into Spinks and takes back the edge. Cadian missed op shot, but his teammates got it all.
Woohoo! TeSeS with 5. That third kill was unbelievable.
Cue up that replay, because it looks like he had looked away already.
Wow.
But the last bullet out of the barrel snips the hopes of Vitality's force. 2 deags to kick it off, and nothing thereafter. Oof.
And Heroic have a lead after these rounds. The buy's still coming in for Vitality, but they lost a chance right there. Messi coming out of the halls. 3 people, 1 pit guy in his usual spot, and they can't kill him. There's no flash to support that take. So maybe they should have gone with a lurker and tried a different avenue, but look how easy TeSeS makes this look. Oh.
The only player there without armor is ZywOo. Stellar highlight out of TeSeS, and just like that, he's amidst the pack. Waiting for his chance to shine. It's round 11 with his name stamped across it. Cadian reveals the ops position. Magisk fades away before that nade will find him. That could have been Vitality's 6-5 lead. Could have been counter-terrorists on a broken buy. Could have been a lot of things, but instead it's a TeSeS highlight reel. Vitality back to work.
Gosh, where did he grab that? Was that into boiler?
In apps. No, just straight up apps.
Oh, okay.
Spinks must have just put his head on a pedestal.
ZywOo locked up a little bit, trying to take lane with no Halls player at this moment.
No peek behind that flash, but it could have been huge.
Gotta appreciate Heroic's setup right now. It's well organized to deal with anything coming towards lane, and they still have someone watching Cubby. Vitality inch closer without losing any more members. 1 flash left on Apex.
Nobody holding this from Moto,
he's
though.
Here in Halls.
Stound's thinking about coming through that smoke. ZywOo catches the kill.
What an opportunity, man.
Now we've got 2 defenders sure enough in sight, and the defenders usually good for a kill or 2 apiece, but they are pinned against the wall, so they'll fight every step of the way. And Shush from the corner, as his impact from Pit has the T's chasing ghosts. They can't find him. They can't kill him because he stops them in their tracks.
Oh my God, Shush. He's the one turning it into a library. That's Vitality melted down, trying to look for the ghost of his former self over in mini pit, wondering what side of the pit he's playing in this time. And instead, he's not there. He's not on the balcony. He's not in apps. He's tucked in sight with Cadian in a brand new position. And
So
he's rewarded
fresh.
for it, yeah.
Just keeping things different. Even Cadian being in that backside box, right? We've seen him float around arch side. We haven't seen Stound take a risk through a smoke like that. Heroic. It's a fresh look. And again, they go right back to bat, swinging for Apex. He gets rocked. And that could just transition Vitality to the B play. But they'll be still working with just the Scout and AK. Couple of smokes to maybe get them in. We're starting to get down to the final moments of this T side. And it started much better than it's ending. For Vitality, that is. TeSeS wants the challenge. He will bring one with him, but Spinks has the trade, and Cadian's op's not far away from the front line. Missed shot, though.
Uh-oh.
Again, missed op shots. He gets the pistol out. Nade finds Cadian. And that there is the CT cross cleared. Bomb will be planted. You've got ZywOo grabbing the AK upgrade. You've got Dupree still back on Banana, looking to just lock in this flank, and sure enough, it's coming. Shush's head popped, and now Stound gonna have to go big.
Oh, and Stound doesn't know where ZywOo got off to. What, how did he even sneak the quad? CT wasn't smoked.
Who knows, man? ZywOo just Slides away into the cover. Had that Molotov landed on him, he'd be doomed, but he sees it as a chance to peek. And you can see Stown even thinking, if he's not dark corner, then surely he's construction as he turns to check the flank.
Man, and they half swing Cadian and CT spawn. If ZywOo doesn't throw that nade, he stays alive, and they lose a player on the cross. And that molly, that Cadian throw, actually wins the situation for Heroic. So ZywOo, again, massive impact. Like right there.
Round-winning moment. Shout out Dupree. ZywOo's job gets infinitely harder if banana control also becomes a part of that retake. Critical 2 versus 2 for Vitality to keep this as close as can be.
Feels like in a couple of these situations, they've locked themselves up when it comes to utility. Especially flashbangs when they need to try to scale into situations. That could be them picking the wrong way to approach the round with the utility that they have. Worth another look back to see where things went wrong for Vitality, but Shush's anchoring can make a lot of teams look bad, so especially with the way he's been playing recently and particularly today, this is not coming out of nowhere.
Two rounds to wrap up this first half, and ZywOo goes right back to the banana opening. Oof, nice nade.
I actually could not have gotten more out of that. Square him in the middle of two of them.
And there's more where that came from, not just in util, but bodies. Jabby's about to fly around that corner by the looks of it. Cadian maybe just holding for the contact. Blind shot, nicely done. He sees the next one. It's a USP out. Jabby's in the middle of it all. The flash is fantastic, and Jabby keeps fighting. By the time that Spinks gets him killed, everybody else from Vitality is dead. And talk about getting stuffed on the brink of that B site.
Just a massive hold. They put themselves in the perfect spots to make sure to punish anybody jumping out before the flash comes out so they can scale. Cadian loves that angle. Jabby, perfect support right behind him, and they even had a third player there. If Vitality could see the map, they wouldn't have picked B in that moment. So Heroic, great read on the setup.
Jabby just goes in, sidearm swinging.
Like trying to catch a marble bouncing around the room.
Final round of the half.
It's been a good half.
Yeah, it's been good CS.
Yeah.
You mentioned that improvement as of late from Heroic's utility. I feel like that early nade damage last round, and then all of the smokes and flashes and chaos it created, really good example.
I mean, in terms of like opening kills and stuff, Vitality are keeping up, but we had this down 3K as he pushed, or 2K, whatever it was, when he pushed through the CT smoke. We had the multiple instances of pit hold. Tessus as ace. I think 2 3Ks out of Shush.
Yes.
So
Cadian with a couple op kills off of Arch/A-Site.
They're Vitality are pressuring Heroic to come up huge individually.
But they're delivering.
Yeah.
Good counter-strike out of both teams. Better individuals out of Heroic thus far. Luckily for us, plenty more to come. A solo B setup here, leaning on Jabby.
That was an interesting call out. They smoke CT, but not library.
Dupree in the smoke. 5-7 spam. Oh, damn, man. Luckily that thing's got 20 shots, and now Cadian goes through. Apex and him have crossed paths, but Cadian's made sound, so Apex...
Oh, Apex shoots.
Missed shot, but now I guess he can transition into the B split. It's going to have to be Jabby all alone, and sure enough, from just beneath Orange, barrel to the back of Magisk. Smoke cutting off each of the potential trades, but Spink's gonna keep this hope alive. 8 seconds to that clock. One final round to try and take, and it's Spinks to make the difference. Bomb! It's gonna... No, he missed it! He missed his chance, and Cadian and co will not let you get away with that. 9-6 on the half. Chaos and carnage.
He could be caught with the bomb here. That's a hand which proves to be very painful. Snapped off completely. But there's a trade here from Naf, so important. Robs must deliver now, trying to avoid the flashes. Sees a Liege as well. Assailants from both sides and FaZe Clan take the lead. 3 players survive, including the AWP for FaZe Clan.
I feel like that might have been a self-flash from Naf. I'm not entirely sure. Either way, he lands in the mini pit, and Rops is delighted for it, as it's the freest kill of the map for him. Yeah, Yakinda has not been at his best this tournament, sadly, for Team Liquid. If he gets that entry, it could be completely different. I mean, you see here, Rops gets that kill and there's no flash assist. So I guess maybe Naf flashed himself? Either way, it is FaZe who are happy to take that round. Nice initiative taken by Brokey. Means that it's easier for Rops to play his position. And Rops is very good in those sorts of spots. So reliable for this FaZe team. Looks like we should be ready to get back into the action shortly. And unfortunately for Team Liquid, their cash isn't liquid right now. It's tied up elsewhere, and so it has to be pistols. This is another match where I really think Rain versus Yakinda could be a big matchup. And I think Rain's getting the better of that so far on Banana. Harrigan here to assist. Flash, well timed. Just making sure they don't get overrun by pistols. Yakinda up close at the half wall though, but Rain clears him out. Perfect placement from Rain.
God.
He's feeling it, man.
What an animal. So fun to watch Rain year after year. Tech9 party is being neutered. That makes life a lot easier, in theory, at the very least. There is a flashbang here for Team Liquid to potentially use on the A-bomb site. They'll distribute the nades. I think we see a molly coming towards shores again. Really wanting to force these.
So, TeSS with the ace in the first half and Heroic with the biggest moments. There's definitely strategy and tactic and clean execs that can be praised on the side of Vitality, but the reason they come up with 6 rounds is because I can think of at least 3 rounds that are all won by Heroic's better individuals so far here for Map 1.
We saw some good rounds out of Spinks in terms of moves that he made. Every kill that ZywOo got was insanely impactful, but so many of those kills were won in vain because they ended up losing the rounds to Heroic's individuals or other players on Vitality not being there to step up. So just as much to praise about Heroic as to be criticized about Vitality. I think Heroic would be quite pleased with themselves to have recovered that first half and with 9 rounds. Maybe on this pistol, Vitality will have some luck. Pushing into middle. Oh, that's a clean pickoff. And another.
I feel like you don't want to run into ZywOo when it comes to the pistols, but Jabby trying to bounce his way out through balcony. It's a good way to preoccupy a couple CTs. Allows for the boiler peek out of TeSS, but that's also being held. So ZywOo kind of getting stretched thin here between 2 points of contact. Maybe Spinks can take it back.
That's a nice move by Spinks.
Clean timing, a little risk, right, to go peeking around the side into ult, but he's rewarded for his efforts. And I think that really allows Vitality to just lean back and try to close out this second pistol.
You'd think it was a foregone conclusion.
Of course, Heroic did win first pistol, but then the force buy of Vitality net them 4 rounds straight right after.
They also won multiple disadvantage situations. And now it's a 2v3. But ZywOo, he's not done.
No, sir. It's got Cadian stuck in the little pit. Goes for the reload. And Cadian catches him. But then, of course, Apex out from Library makes sure that the bomb can't go down. Let's see if Vitality can hang on to what Heroic couldn't. A CT pistol win.
Yeah. This map is really shaping up. Let's see. Best possible conclusion, 16-14. Don't even care who wins. This needs to go all the rounds. With all the players looking so good at the same time. It would be a shame to waste this. Okay. Heroic into the force buy with only Tech 9s. They're going for a lot of utility here. And no AKs, no Galils.
Put the fire out. Oh boy. Apex, multi-kill. Makes the FAMAS find 2, but then a smoke to the CT cross, a nade that could and will catch down ever so slightly. Wild spray from the MP9, not going to stop the bomb plant. You've given away a FAMAS, you've given Stown an SMG, and Heroic even pick up a couple smokes as well with it. So
there's no banana retake and flare on banana here.
Yikes.
So there's actually a molly left for Jabby as well.
And another smoke.
Got to be careful about going slow.
If you're going to make this retake happen, also no kits. Unless there's one down on the players, but they're over towards banana. So at this point, there's still no kit on this play. I just don't even think there's time. The trades are going to go to Jabby and Stown. Spinks out of the CT cross gets 1. You can rack up a cost versus Heroic, but you're not getting away with the win.
5 dead. And just gets the best gun of the round. The round win. Bomb explodes. Heroic back on top. Just like that. I mean, you know, anti-eco on banana. At least Apex gets 2 frags there, but that's 2 between 2 people. You simply cannot lose to rushes versus guns like that on a round where there's a high likelihood it happens.
Man, oh man. I'm still a little surprised they didn't just save. You know, you still had the majority of the M4s. Outsiders would have saved.
That's why we love Vitality.
Apex finds Stown. Finished off by the frag. That'll cause Heroic to have to go back and make sure that Banana's not compromised. You can grab the better weapon and the smoke that comes with it. So, small price to pay.
They are leaving the site, it looks like. Doesn't seem like a late round adjustment from Heroic is about to come up. In fact, an explode in a mid feels like what's about to happen. CTs will have to step away from this. Lots of footsteps here heard by ZywOo just for a moment, or Dupree just for a moment.
Full
second
white.
flash is great.
Nicely done. You know, we talk about Heroic being greater than the sum of their parts, and nowadays it's nice to see that Stown can be 9 and 12 at the moment, and Heroic are still just looking a cut above the likes of Vitality, who are also looking better than, I want to say, ever? Maybe.
Vitality?
Yeah.
Like in this very, like this Monicum.
Yeah, this 5.
Yeah, I think...
I don't want to jump to conclusions.
I mean, Pro League was their peak, and they sort of look like that again, I guess, but yeah, I kind of know what you mean. I mean...
Point being, if Shush, who's kind of touted as their 1 star, can have an off day, and you get everybody else just still tearing through Vitality, this is a Heroic that is actually looking to hang on to their crown. And just yesterday, we talked about their first 2-0 win since beating Spirit in the Rio quarterfinals. So it's Heroic with an uptick. You've got to give the credit where it's due, and it's not the star, singular, of Heroic, but the team from top to bottom. 4-round lead over Vitality. They get through this one. There's still no money for the CT buy, so expect the Danes to pull further ahead.
Yeah. Stown, the only player from Heroic in the top 20. And Vitality, they had Spinks and ZywOo. Spinks near the tail end, I think like 18, something like that. And ZywOo, of course, comfortably in number 2.
And, you know, we talk about the formula of Vitality kind of being Spinks has to be another star. Well, today he is performing alongside ZywOo. It's the other 3 that are just nowhere to be found. Nowhere. Apex, good kill off the Deagle. 3 more terrorists where the first one comes from. And his teammates still smoked off from the engagement. So you can use that as a chance to leave if you choose. Stick around and try to run the risk of just racking up a cost versus Heroic. But we will need a significant impact from Dupree, Magisk, and Apex, or else this map, and arguably this series, is easily going to be taken away by Heroic.
And another feather in the cap of Heroic on a very quickly upward trending Inferno in their last wins. I think 5-1 now before this match starts in their most recent games, and like a streak of 7 losses before that. So, well, yeah. Nice punishment kills at the end, too, which is something that also Heroic do better than anyone else. When they win rounds, they do a great job of making sure to get as many kills right after. And they set up a lot of the times with the thought that they will win the round and perform aggressive lurks on the other side of the map early to crush the economy.
Really are like the counterplay of outsiders. I almost just called them overtimers.
I'm sure that was like the next name on the list that they didn't use. But yeah, the Heroic have created a gestalt in the sense that its stats are so hard to define the team. Their team ranking has always been more impressive than any one of their individuals.
Ooh, deep nade out of Apex. That one will be worth him dropping to 58 in exchange for tagging up 3. M4 is suddenly looking that much more deadly.
Oh, the top-heavy Vitality. If they win this round, they'll have an op, and then maybe some odds, but Heroic very good with top banana control. These executes are fearsome, and Vitality's setup right now, it's not committed at all. Low on grenades, I don't think they feel comfortable in the site, man. They've only got 1 smoke here to stop this, but yeah, Magis gets a kill. Really good peek. Trade comes in on the other side of the map.
Tess with a chance at another is shut out by Spinks, and the flashbang stuns Jabby at the forefront of the B hit.
No mollies, no smokes here. Apex. Oh, he wants to frag and he just can't.
Nothing, man.
Yeah, he gets 1. They keep numbers.
Another
the smoke
gap
is coming up. Oh,
Magis could capitalize. A1S gets away from him. It's damage versus Jabby. Shush also on 30. These are the 2 players who have found their impact. Spinks and ZywOo in a 2v2 to try and stave off Heroic's 13. You think surely they go for this.
They wish they had an HE. They wish they had a molly.
That would be the end of Jabby, no doubt. It's going to have to come from the guns instead, and that means that the crispness of these AKs on Heroic's side could still very well shut down the retake attempt. Who comes in with the damage first? Who manages to shut out who? And Jabby, with new box between him and the CTs, is just going to serve up the distraction. They're turning the wrong direction. ZywOo and Spinks with a kill apiece. No kit, no time, and therefore no 8th. It is Heroic with more winning ways.
You got their 2 best players miles ahead of everyone else and miles away from the site that's being taken. And that moment right there is where kills do matter. Apex, because their lack of utility, Apex is trying to get a frag so that they can keep high numbers. If he even goes 1 for 1, they're in a good position, and ZywOo and Spinks can come in and do the rest on the retake. But they just need more than nothing, basically, on these holds. And Magisk, well, he got 2, fighting from both CT and from Con, but with the 3 players, they get in total 2 kills there.
Yeah, not enough. Also, kind of slow from the last 2 players on the retake as well, right? You know you don't have a kit.
Yeah.
There's none on the play.
An interesting decision to go
We
for
saw
that,
ZywOo
no
drop that smoke behind Coffin and kind of walk up. For those 5 seconds are what makes the difference between that being your 8th and Heroic's 13th.
Yeah, absolutely.
So get all the kills you want. Just get them faster. Probably easier said than done. And it definitely won't be easy from this point. 3 takes the gun off Spinks as he gets tagged up through those wall spams, I believe. And that nade, oof. Not going to make Magisk and Apex's job any easier, especially when their own util finds so little in response. They'll try to flash and re-engage. ZywOo's here, of course, with a gun, but Stown, excellent. Dodges the blinding flash that comes over top. And then Heroic just as quickly leaking into the brackets, going around through apartments, and they're just going to try to slice their way through the little remnants of this A-site hold. Dupree on box, looks away, dies empty-handed. ZywOo will catch a kill through smoke. We've still got the pistol on the site. Stown, oh, this is it, but denied. He just has so little health because of the spam at the start of that round that you can't expect too much.
Yeah, they're actually, Dupree has a good gun, and they have, I think, Spinks in a position where they don't see him. The chance that everyone gets their kills, but Dupree misreads the timing on dodging the flash, just instantly dies, and the rotators, they're fast, actually, but not fast enough. Moto Smoke comes up nice and plump, and they can't get through it. Heroic on 14. Again, we look back a couple of rounds. I think that was the moment Vitality really had a chance to make this game a reasonable expectation to make a comeback in, show us some semblance of a CT side, and here at least they get the op they were looking for. It is just a little bit of extra pressure right now, and we haven't seen those sustainable, nice CT rounds.
Man, we really haven't seen anything.
Yeah.
13 of the last 16 all the way of Heroic.
Here's a last chance here.
Vitality's 4-1 lead made you think that they were showing up. 2/5 of the camp has. But no Danish impact out of Vitality tonight. It's not this first map. Not yet.
Apex is lucky to be a part of the French couple.
Mm-hmm. French power couple. It's great to see Spink still thriving. At least they have that second star, but 2 players don't make a team. Just ask Cloud9.
That was a good one.
Zai was able to hold the corner. Spinks is right behind it. That's not going to shot away Heroic. If anything, that's just going to piss them off. Dupree can't finish that second kill despite it being close. Spinks slides past the corpse of ZywOo. Jabby's down from pit. You can see Spinks pulled in 2 directions, and he just gets shredded down the middle. Magisk and Apex on a desperate retake. 1 kill out of Library. Mid player could also pick one up, but just as quickly as they think they've got a chance, it takes right back. Heroic 3 alive, 8 map points, and a semi-final that seems so damn close.
Yeah, they're touching it right now. This would be one of their best Inferno wins and versus one of the best teams they played on this map. And seeing success, and absolutely, I'm going to tell you right now, watching their recent Inferno games, they have talked about this map. They have improved on things. They look just as good as anybody else, and their overall stats do not represent how good their Inferno has become. And now they're just proving it in the results. But we have a husk of a CT side here from Vitality. And even that round, Spinks and ZywOo both get run through, so...
Dude, Jabby is just on a different planet at the moment. Apex tries to press around Smoke, clipped by Stown. Boiler kill from Dupree, doesn't connect, and those chances are going to be far and few between. Magisk jebaited by the jump front, and just like that, B-Site crumbles beneath the pressure. Apex with nothing, Magisk with nothing, and unfortunately for Vitality, essentially nothing. We can talk about that 4-1 start, we can talk about their little individual moments, but this first map belongs entirely to Heroic. A massive uptick in improvement on this map specifically, and it's a map that Vitality thought that they could challenge them on. The only challenges I saw, well, the Danes, too little, too late. We'll see what they can do in between these maps. It's Overpass up next. Both teams in the Spodek, but one of them a quick route to a semi-final.
they wanted that Inferno rerun, and they proved exactly why, because, man, that was an absolutely dominant second half to put Vitality firmly in the bin, unfortunately. Of course, they were already qualified for the playoffs. This is just to get them ever closer to the semi-finals. But speaking of the playoffs, speaking of the Spodek, we've got a hell of a lot of action going down the A stream, right?
Yes, we do. It's been crazy from start to finish. We've already seen Complexity get their win over Fnatic. It was a bit of a nice one in the end as well, especially in the Overpass game, which has been Fnatic's home ground. But right now, it's elimination time between FaZe and Liquid, two teams that many would have expected to have a chance of already being in the playoffs. And right now, it is a 10-5 first half to FaZe. I'll be very happy with that. There was cheers, there was shouting, there was happiness, but we'll have to see how it goes.
And I heard you've already had a look at the Spodek as well. Apparently, James, you went there yesterday.
Oh, yes. I got to have a little look inside. It was actually being built up while we were in there. We were having some fun looking around, but it's already given me that nice feeling, you know, that warm feeling when I got inside of, we're nearly there. It's nearly time once again.
Yeah, we were getting goosebumps just thinking about it. Right, James, we don't normally get to hear your own opinions on games. So I want to hear, obviously it's been the day of NA to start off the A stream side of things. Complexity taking that W. Going to be playing later on today. How do you think Liquid are going to be faring versus FaZe, or are you FaZe up in all the way?
I think it's FaZe up all the way. I would love to see Liquid do well, but they haven't come in with the same fire we saw towards the end of last year where we got so excited about them. But I will say, I've got a good idea that Complexity might do well.
Well, I'm very excited to see exactly how that is going to be going down. But back to the action on the base stream. Actually, no, we can continue talking here, apparently.
Oh, nice.
I mean, do you want to give us some thoughts about the stream that we've got, or the game, rather, that we've got going on the stream right now? Vitality, Heroic, obviously the rematch of Copenhagen. We wanted to see, Vitality bringing it. Unfortunately, not in the second half.
Yeah, and you said this was Inferno, right? Which we've seen Heroic struggle at quite a lot recently.
Yeah.
I kept bullying him about that. I was like, Heroic, what's wrong with your Inferno? Your Inferno, and now they've obviously fixed it. So that's an issue.
Yeah, apparently Psych, Heroic have actually been practicing this quite a lot. But we do have Louis checking in with one of the members of Heroic to see exactly how they got away with such a dominant first map.
I am here with Exist after the win on Inferno. Man, that was impressive. Just wanted to ask you, was there anything specific that you guys planned for this one? Because like the way you guys played and the way you approached that city side, I feel like you guys started... I got the feeling that it was always some kind of a plan pre-rounds, like you guys started with 3B, and then as soon as something happened, you guys stack A with 4 guys. So just want to ask if that's natural from guys, if that's mid-round calling, or if there's any sort of like game plan coming into this one.
I think that's just how Caden likes to play, how he likes to call. I think our game plan here was that we didn't want to fight too much for Banana. We just wanted to get as much utility damage as possible, and just try to delay them, kind of try to funnel them towards A. I think it worked pretty good.
All right. From coach to coach now, I don't know, you guys play Overpass right now, a very comfortable map for you guys. Anything special that you guys going to do? Like maybe you want to tell me like a little, what's going to be your pistol round, something like that? Or a game plan specific? Anything special prepared for this one?
No, not really. I mean, we just go as we always do. We have a lot of information on Vitality. They've played Overpass here at this event, so we have a lot of information how they like to play, and yeah, we'll just use that.
I tried, guys. That's it. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
I appreciate the effort, Peacemaker. We love a trier in that. Speaking of triers or lack thereof, unfortunately, Vitality falling flat in that second half. Man, I was expecting something more than just one round coming out of their CT side, but Heroic said, hell no, we know exactly what you want to be playing.
I know, and I have to give respect to Heroic, because yesterday as well, Tessa said, after the game, he's like, I'm just waiting for a team to just be Inferno against us. I think Banks mentioned it as well, the stats haven't looked good earlier on, but the last 5 or 6 games, have won almost all of them, I think 4 or 5 of them, so they look really, really good. And the stars of Vitality did step up. ZywOo didn't have a bad game, neither did Spinks, but the fact is, again, comes down to the fact that Heroic is this 5-headed Hydra. Anyone can step up. Shush and Tess is delivering. Sorry, Shush and Yabi delivering in the first half. In the second half, Staun's like, they call me the star, so I'm going to be the star right now.
Yeah, got to post something up there. I mean, that was just absolute decimation, Peacemaker.
Yes, there was, and I think I tried to get a little bit of insight from Inferno specifically, and I think what Exist told me was more that what makes it even more impressive is that they're making all those decisions mid-round based on the way Caden likes to play, right? And I mean, the way that Heroic played, like for me, it really did feel like they always have this sort of like a plan early round. So either they start 3 guys B or they have something proactive going on. Yeah. But there's always like a purpose at the beginning of the rounds to, let's say, get an entry or get full banana control and then fall back. And then there's always a following plan after that is like really fast being made by Cadian. So that's whether that's stacking A with 4 guys or staying B. But I feel like their decision making is super, super good, especially. For example, we saw them holding the A-bomb site as well passively. They're mixing up positions. They're not repeating the same things. It's just impressive.
Let's bring up a particular example of that, because Shush, he had Vitality on their toes in terms of that defense.
Shush, the best CD-sided, the highest rated CD-side player right now in the tournament, and show why, right? He was playing Pit and Minipit throughout the first few rounds on the CD side here, and look at the switch-up, right? It's 20 seconds on the clock. Kato gets a first kill, great trade from Apex, and they're so paranoid. Like, where's Shush? Where's Shush? He's in the bomb site, and he does a fantastic job getting all 3 of them. I felt like a little bit of panic there from ZywOo. He just ran in, a little bit ahead of his teammate with the pistol out, and Shush obviously going to make quick work of him with the M4A4. But again, showing it's not about some crazy plays here and there. It's about a small little repositioning and how they're so good at their respective roles. Whatever place they're going to be holding on the CD side, it's a fort for this heroic side.
And the reason why we're bringing up our Air Force aim high head-to-head, of course, Shush having an absolute monster of a first game, and Yabi continuing on that pain train as well. This has just been such a breakout, a particular event for him.
Yeah, I mean, especially for Shush, I don't think that he had a stellar performance so far in this event, but this is a statement right here. Like, the guy that plays anchor spots, is not in the star roles either, pulls up this performance. I mean, this just proves to everyone that, like, you don't need the best roles. You don't need any of that if you're able to do your role to perfection. Like Yabi is doing it right here. A very important round where he gets these multi-kills. A round that was basically lost. Then we see this one where really replayed from Shush. Like,
and also for Yabi, right? Like, we're talking about Anchor on that A bomb set, going to be Shush, but Yabi was phenomenal on his B bomb set. His positioning, right? Even though he's left alone, there are many times their anchors are kind of on the lonesome, and it's like, all right, all they have to do is just delay them or get a kill, prevent delay, the plan, play for retake. And Yabi seems to know exactly which path to take at the right time. He's like, okay, I'm going to be holding this angle, I'm going to be popping in through the smoke. Just such a good innate understanding of what the T's might be doing at that particular point in time. And for especially such a young player, that's fantastic.
Speaking of right paths, obviously we've got Overpass coming into the mix. It's a second map. Obviously Heroic's pick coming into this series despite an absolutely dominant performance on that of Inferno. Any words or anything that you're looking forward to seeing from either side of the equation?
For me, it's the fact that they did play Fnatic in a pretty close affair. They're obviously able to close it at 16-13. But I like that interview you took from Exist. It's like, we saw what they did, and that's why we picked it. And by the way, Heroic have looked great. I think that might be one of the best maps right now.
Yeah, I think Overpass for Heroic, there's no better team in the world other than Heroic on City side Overpass. I think they're very proactive. They don't let you breathe. Like, it's really hard to default and play slow on the map against them because they'll be all over the place trying to go for ranges. We're gonna see a lot of that, I'm pretty sure. And like, if you are ZywOo, if you are Vitality, you need to be ready for all that aggression coming from them from different places. It can be tough to follow up on all of that. And they're also good at, like, when they fall back, because like their whole game plan on City side Overpass is always to go for aggression, and then they fall back, play defensively. We saw Shush playing defensively on Inferno. That's what he does on that B bomb site on Overpass as well. I mean, if you're Vitality here, we need the 3 individuals that didn't perform last game to perform, right? Like, we can take Apex not putting up the numbers, he's calling, it's complicated for him, but we need Dupree. We need all of them performing if they want to stand a chance in this one.
Yeah, Heroic already hot out the gate, and don't expect them to be cooling off coming into their map pick of Overpass. Potentially the final chance for Vitality to push this to 3 maps and maybe grab that spot in their semi-final, but if the Danes have anything to do with it, expect domination.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Salutations. Oh là là.
Hurry up! Up here!
ZywOO needs to come back. Dupree 14 points ahead. Oh!
No! Hey, speaking to I kept hitting my... Last year the record was like 240.
But I swear I've seen you like in the facility. You've got that in the Vitality facility, no? Like the...
Yeah, back in the days on the Stade de France was nice for ZywOO. Liked it before the game, so it seems like the same thing. So yeah, but maybe we need to bring it to the venue for the warm up. ESL.
Okay. So we get like, you know, aimbots, reaction speed, maybe some deathmatch. Perfect.
Yeah, and sometime with the tennis ball. I don't know if you saw that sometime.
Is that like the Formula One?
Yeah.
What does that do? I always see them doing that before a race.
Yeah.
That's just for like reaction.
Yes, there's some warm up of the reactions. Yeah, sounds good. But ZywOO is the most accurate guys on the team for this. So.
But I mean, you work in performance as well, right? So.
Kind of. I'm more the manager, and I have a background of like a sportsman, and yeah, I can bring them some tools if they want to use it. I'm not. Some tournaments they use it, sometimes not, and at home obviously not. So yeah, but like Dupree, look this guy. You want to train? Eh?
Yeah. Okay. Can I have a game? Okay. Okay.
I think ZywOO got like 198. Okay, so
look, you stand higher than Dupree, no?
That's true. I wasn't as low to the. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And you're hitting the live.
Were you using fingertips?
Yeah. Dupree using that, but I don't know.
Okay. Wow, I actually quite like that. How's the vibes with Peter Rasmussen? Where are you at, bro?
I'm really good. I'm gonna have a kid in 1 month. So yeah.
Daddy Dupree. Oh man, congratulations! I mean, it's kind of on my mind that, you know, I'm thinking about all these people I've seen grow up with me. Like I've been growing up, you've been growing up, everyone's growing up. Daddy Dupree. Yes. Has reality sunk in? Your last month is where you're the priority.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of crazy. I mean, I think I'm as prepared as I can be, but I don't think I will ever be that prepared. I mean, that's at least what we talked about at home with my girlfriend. Is that we've done all the practical stuff. We've bought all the things as much as we can, and we've studied the things we could study. And right now, it's all about just getting into it and then realizing that we will probably make mistakes and we will need to learn. But you know, it's the first, like, we're just rookies, so we're just gonna go with the flow.
You could literally do the same interview for a Counter-Strike match. Like, well, we've prepared as much as we thought we could. You know, we're gonna make some mistakes. It's all. I mean, it sounds like it's a universal truth. Yeah. Man, I mean, that is exciting. Do you know? And yeah, you got an expectation date, so it's just Katowice, and then we lose you for a bit.
She's due to on March 2nd, so that's in like a month. Yeah. Just under a month.
Yeah, so like Pro League after Pro League or during Pro League. Honestly, great to speak to you, man, and congratulations. Good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
So here we find ourselves on the brink of overpass. Daddy Dupree, as Alex Machine Richardson so aptly put it. He's got to pick it up, man. He's got to step it up. Him, Magisk, and Apex, they've just got to do better.
He's going to be a father, but needs to be like a daddy.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know?
Today. Yeah. Unfortunately...
Are you going to let a bunch of...
He's got to
let a bunch of kids beat you around inside the server?
Nope.
Got to make that child proud.
Yeah.
Got to get to that Katowice semifinals as fast as possible. Listen, they could still get to the semis. They still could get to the finals. They could still be the champions. But it doesn't look that way with the performance we got out of the majority of the Vitality camp on Inferno. It was their map pick, and it came up bust.
How do you even get here? Did he just teleport?
Sometimes they do that.
Sneaky jabby.
No clip. A wizard. I hate wizards.
Okay.
Stupid pointy hats. No action. Heroic all the way up in connector. Could have busted down the door. Could have flown up into the bathrooms instead.
They're waiting for the double push, I think.
Yeah, they go back. But guess who's got two guns?
But yeah, they're waiting for the double push, but I don't think they're anticipating Oh, there's a short play. How quiet have Vitality been? Stown trying to give him a seed of doubt here. And Spinks, he might come up big in this moment. Oh, no. They're so close.
Oh, but awkward. Shush didn't have his gun ready. Bomb gets thrown. Spinks won't get a chance at a third kill, but Magisk had to have been impactful, and instead it's a chance for Heroic to just tuck tail and head the other way. Spinks doesn't waste a second, goes sprinting up into this A site.
Daddy Dupree.
Gotta lay it down. Here's the rumblings of Stown. There's the contact against TeSeS. He knows where both players are at. Apex should be running up. Dupree can't buy a kill. Couldn't buy one if he tried. Apex found out to be on the flank, down to 36 health. It's not a lot of HP for the Heroic players, but they outnumber him. That's for damn sure. He tries to jump across, and Vitality will mess up the layup.
I mean, it does come down to fragging right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Stown even alive to get onto the site because of Magisk almost using his full clip in this situation. His full mag, trying to stop him from coming out of the door. And then, as bad as TeSeS misses, he still gets the kill in the end. They just needed one of those, and it wouldn't have been easy to make that rotation happen. Gotta clean it up. That's just aim. That's just aim.
Literally shoot them in the face.
Yeah, and I just mean, that's just aim practice. You know what I mean? Like, be as sharp. I mean, of course, it's hard to keep up with the players who are, like, grinding nonstop, who have yet to achieve that kind of thing, but you got to. And at the end of the day,
not everybody can be a Fame, but you got to do better than that.
With no utility, there's no excuse. You're not getting outplayed. You're taking a duel you want to participate in.
On your terms, with the first shot.
Yeah.
And the health advantage.
Yeah. So, I mean, how else can you dress it up? Well, Heroic, they want it to be here too. Overpass, their pick. Now, pistol round in.
Peacemaker putting a lot of stock in Heroic CT side, saying nobody else in the world plays it better. Shush. He'll be caught out by Dupree. This 5-7 versus... Ooh, hold on. There's the aim. 2 more kills at the very least, and almost a chance to kill Cadian. A round too late, but impact's impact, I suppose. It at least racks up the price tag for Heroic's second round win.
Yeah. Pistol was worth more, but still almost 10 grand down here. So a very successful eco round for Vitality, or a little force in, which is nice. I'm with Peacemaker. Heroic insane on the CT side, also very good on the T side. I've always been innovators on this map, I think. Call them Heroic grenades when you see that triple nade come through outside of B. Vitality have 3 wins on this map, but I don't think they beat any competition nearly as good as Heroic. They beat Fnatic, Evil Geniuses, and Astralis. Fnatic, the best of those 3. All 3 games were relatively close. This will be their biggest test by far.
Javi crawling out through Monster. First contact should be ZywOo, but he actually tucks his head down. That could actually maybe come back to haunt the defense. Dupree falls down. Magisk oversteps Cadian's Mac 10. Very quickly cuts through Apex. Dupree will put up something, and ZywOo's got Javi's back turned. He pops up with the P250 into the AK upgrade. Spinks draws them in. Oh, aim punch though. The bane of his existence. And the Woo is going for the 1v3 here. No Kevlar. Seems impossible. But so does ZywOo.
They're both rotating equally as fast. CT's got faster rotations, and yeah, ZywOo doesn't commit to the site, so he'll be here, it feels like, just in time.
Yep.
With no armor?
No armor, but he got the first headshot. He's down to 57 health. They could double peek. And sure enough,
with a nade,
they force him away from the angle. It is the 3-0 start.
Yeah, and as good as he is, even if not one of the Heroic players are as good as ZywOo, they're all so close that 2v1, you got to give it to them. Well, they try. I saw this tweet that was like, I wish there was more pain to endure so I could grind harder.
I don't like the sounds of that.
You know what I mean? Because it's like, you got the motivation when you haven't got what you want. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Heroic, they got that major final, but not the major.
Fall final may have felt good, but it's not quite a major.
That made them feel better about the major.
You know what's crazy is contrast the success of Heroic since that finals, but their second place finish, to the Outsiders major win, flop in Abu Dhabi, and almost on the brink of elimination here versus Complexity tonight. You know, Heroic, in hindsight, but the better team.
Well,
but not on that day.
The weird part about that comparison is that Heroic were a better team throughout the year. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
But not on that day.
Yeah, that's true.
And they'll never get that back.
Yeah, hey, no shame losing to Jame.
I feel like coming second in a major would just make me want to, like the point you're making, right? It's
That's
so
the pain.
much more
That's
now,
the pain.
dude. That's the pain.
That makes you want to grind harder.
The pain from Jame.
Yeah.
No Jame, no gain. Apex tucked into the corner here. We got 40 seconds to that clock. We got a flashbang that finds its mark. ZywOo catching Tesses, but down to a lower bit of health here. 2 kills to ZywOo. Perfect distraction for dupreeh to come out from bank, but then he gets his head ripped clean off, and his Danish counterpart in the Magisk Man has to very quickly get up connector, and he will do so very quickly indeed.
Yeah,
he's got the backline compromised. He's not even looking, and he even changes it up going long.
Well, you know what? Since the bomb has been planted, this only gets better and better. So there's, I would say, the best likelihood to get 1 kill. Let's see if Heroic are going to be ready for this. Oh, they both put themselves, wow, doubling up on Optimus. This
Dude, feels like the AUG could shred him. Yes, sir.
I mean, he's not going to read this now.
Nope.
Oh, but he might get the kill. Oh, what a reaction.
No read needed. Lizard Brain kicks in, and he snaps the crosshair in for the second kill. Opt for ZywOo, saved. Vitality on the board. Magisk, take a bow.
That's beautiful. Pulled out that Deagle clutch on Inferno in the early portion of the half. That was nice. Of all the kills for Shush to not get, that was not the one I was expecting.
One more bullet and he's dead.
Oh, well done, Magisk.
They're in. But the money's out the window. MP9, Pyjamas.
Yeah, both teams coming in broke.
All right, insta-stack.
We're fighting over patty subs here.
That's a start.
Yeah, it's when you put 2 Jamaican beef patties in a hoagie with lettuce, tomatoes, and mayonnaise.
I don't even know the words that are coming out of your mouth. In fact, I might think those are fighting words. The hell did you just call me?
Pancake.
Your mama's a hoagie.
They used to call it a jumpoline until your mama jumped on it.
Magisk ready for another lineup here. AUG, good for the headshot. But Stown is so clean with it. dupreeh goes for the peek off the flash. Almost had a chance, and he's going to lay down his own smoke here. So creates a pocket to play behind, not only to himself, but for Apex to test the edge with the Pyjamas. Sphinx, MP9. Oy, oy, oy. Dangerous game here on the fallback. Again, puts a smoke in, decides to take a fight, and Shush nearly toppled. But now he goes from Deeg to MP9. Flash finds the eyes of dupreeh. His head gets shredded by Stown, who still believes somebody's in this smoke, and understandably so. Apex makes sound as he sprints out. Stown reacts faster, and now poor ZywOo, 1v4, just wants to save the off.
Oh, they just can't find him. Every time they go look for someone else, someone new appears.
Apex maybe jumping the gun there. Those 2 footsteps he took around the pillar.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Stown reacts to.
No one else swings that wide, it's true.
And Stown is reacting fast. ZywOo?
You can understand why he was confused. Didn't see anyone, and there was one just a couple centimeters away, but those audibles. ZywOo, go defuse.
Man, he's really finagled this. Got away with it.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. It's not over just yet.
Oh my God.
They're coming back,
they're
bro.
coming
They figured it out. They can smell
what
him.
the hell? They just all found his coordinates and launched themselves at him. That
The
Nate
scent
coming in first.
of chocolatine.
Eau de toilette. You think he smells like croissants?
Le pain au chocolat.
I've never smelled Zywoo. Well, he doesn't know for sure if I have or not, but if anybody asks.
Apex understandably frustrated, but
yes,
he did try to pounce.
Apex, I am not.
Instead, popped. No chance on that one. No chance on this one. Brunt of a B hit.